Good afternoon. Let's see. Welcome back to a writing stream. It's been a while since I've done one of these. Today I'm going to be working on some of my sBrier stories, some sBurb documents. Quick reminder, all of my sBurb documents are set in the replay value alternate universe of Homestuck. So it's not quite, the quite as presented in the original comic. For example, I'm currently working on an extended titles guide. And this goes well beyond just the list from the original comic. I've so far written up the Duke, the Reeve, the Rove, Gad, Siege, Helm, Worm, Snake, Tech, Scribe, Mule, Arc, Wiz, and Priest. Also added additional notes for the Clown, which in the original, or in the glitch facts, which is the foundation of replay value, Clown was mentioned but unplayable. We know a lot about what it's supposed to do based on what the maid does. But Clown is also busted. Then more recently, I've been working on the aspects of seed, joy, piss, coins. These should not be on separate lines. On there we go. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minor formatting issues. Some things tend to come up when I'm copy pasting from the glitch facts. So like all of this ended up in this what's it called? Poncelis font, which looks pretty cool, but isn't going to really matter when I transfer all of this into Archive of Our Own, which all of my sBurb guides are going up on Archive of Our Own, whereas the sBrier and this stuff just won't work on AO3 because They don't let you use nearly as many formatting options as this story uses. At least not in any way I know how to use. So I'm going to have to figure out a website to post that properly. What was I doing up here? Right, I was looking up the abilities, the listed abilities of Hope. So did I finish the aspect of self? Not quite. So I still need, for self, a berserk trigger. As every aspect has some way in which they just lose it. And usually they end up activating one of their high power abilities in some way and scope that is beyond what they could normally do on their own. As example, oh right, there's not much on Void because Void messes with writing about it. Do they have one for the law? Combo killer, having law on your side, berserk trigger. Law stops being fair and balanced when it comes to berserk trigger. When they go bonkers, law players often start channeling cross your heart and hope to die. I frickin' hate this ability. It's absolutely not safe. What it does is, it continually forges a vow that has no upper limit of sacrificial value until you obtain what you want. Normally, there is a point where you want to stop sacrificing something in order to get something else. Let's take a Bane of Law, for example. She wants to get rid of a foe. If she's under the effect of cross your heart and hope to die, her unending vow will start with benign stuff like, I'm going to punch hard, but I can't kick. I'm going to punch hard, but I can't cast other abilities. I'm going to punch that guy hard right now and cannot decide to change my mind for any reason. And then it will eventually start becoming stupid. I'm going to punch that guy hard, but I cannot stop trying until I die. I'm going to punch that guy so hard that I'll break my arm. I'm going to punch that guy real like a psycho and then fall in a coma for 3 months. I'm going to punch that guy through Skya and then my heart will explode like an overcooked potato. So, yeah, that's a little problem. You can tell from a glance that there is something wrong with this vow. It doesn't create a circular chain on your body. It knits a single line that keeps growing like vines over your body, eventually turning into a crisscross pattern. It always ends up with paying the ultimate price. Now, the most disturbing part is when a passive law player goes bonkers and is supporting you with this thing. That's right, the law player is making promises for you without asking your opinion about it. Sometimes the chain is on yourself, sometimes it's on the caster. In both cases, it's dumb as hell. It's a super buff, sure, but it's also a death sentence looming over your head. The only sure way to end the ability is to finish the task that it's supposed to accomplish. Then you cross your fingers and hope the vow didn't go too deep. With great power comes great responsibility. All law players know this well. So, yeah, that's kind of the base concept of berserk triggers. I still need one for self. Now, self revolves around certainty, ill humor, and freebies. So I decided to take the concept of the freebies and basically make self a mini thief class just rolled up into an aspect. They steal the capabilities of others. Any ability that's being used by somebody else, they can just be like, oh, that's mine now. Yeah, the ability, I'll just take that, steal other powers currently in use, and unleash them later with modified targeting parameters. If a passive is stolen, then it will renew on the person it was stolen. After some set time, depending on power. However long that was is how long the self player will be able to use it. They activate it on these preset timers seem to randomize every session. So it takes some experimenting to know which ones will be worth it. Like Hope Stands Alone, Self quickly gains a passive called I Wanted to Be Alone Anyway, which allows them to ignore the normal audience bonus. Audience bonus / penalty rules, unbreakable unions, and even bypass multi-user dungeon requirements, as long as they are sufficiently self-confident, treating their own confidence as if it were a fellow player. This is slightly ironic, as Self has few of its own abilities to bring to bear, instead relying on capturing other players' abilities and using them when it's most beneficial to them. Self's only direct attack is, oh, did that hurt? Which is fairly weak and low cost, but does percentile damage that ignores most defenses. This means that it is just as effective on big bosses as it is on minions without costing any more. The one exception is the Black King, but some serious metagamers figured out that this is because BK has a crazy soft cap on how much damage he receives in any 30-second period. And oh did that hurt will hit or exceed it on every use. So the normal hit and run tactics still apply, even if the method of dealing each cycle of damage is simplified. Put simply, by spamming oh did that hurt, a self-player can kill almost any single enemy in 2 to 5 minutes. Yes, even that crazy Black Rook, but she will kill the White King in that time if you try to solo her. Obviously, this is far less effective if the enemy can heal over time, but that's true of all 1,000-cut strategies. Luckily, most heal over times the enemies get are paused briefly each time they take a hit. I shouldn't have to say this, but it happens way too often, so here goes. Don't attack your denizen. They will kill you if you keep trying. They are metacognitive entities. They know what you can do. They are prepared to deal with it. I mean, yeah, at least you are shielded from the massive arc penalty this normally entails, but you aren't going to win. And even if you somehow did, then congratulations, you've just doomed your session. Way to go. The game tends to give self to two types of people. Both of them need to learn to properly balance their self-confidence. One type are too full of themselves, and the game will let them play to their this strength while smacking the shit out of them till they learn their lesson. The other are those who need to learn self-confidence. For them, the game gently rewards their growth, helping them feel an exaggeration of what it is to believe in yourself. Self-Berserk. Let's see. So I'm kind of wanting this to be about spreading the self. Maybe they have an ability that lets them force other things to take aspects about themselves. Yeah. Let's see. Let's make this not you. Make an enemy look like them. Make one of their allies count as them for all targeting purposes. Replace someone's class spec with their own class. Even make someone else a self aspect. This is some pretty good music. Using this Twitch safe music for streamers and creators. Provided by the relaxed movement. Okay. The ability Just Like Me allows a self player to force details of themselves onto other targets. Make an enemy look like them. Make one of their allies also count as them for all targeting purposes. Replace someone's class with their own. Even make someone self-aspect in addition to their own. But I've never seen a good use for it. Use for bit component. Point is, and a self player let's see, what should be the cause of them going berserk? Their lack of self-confidence, overabundance of self-confidence, or just at some point. Let's look up what ill humor really means. That's one of their elements. Irritability or bad temper. Is kindlier feelings abated to be replaced by ill humor. But at some point, your self-player's mood is going to take a turn for the worse. They will either hate everything and everyone around them, or maybe just have the big sad, which would be major depression. Doesn't matter that ill humor is going to catch up with them. And this overwhelms their self-confidence meter. Let's add a reference to that earlier. Self-confidence meter. Their own self-confidence meter, as if it were a fellow player. Then they will use, just like me, maximum. Forcing everyone around to become them almost all ways till they run out. Pluck being basically the mana or energy of abilities. Let's also say that they can use their self-confidence as energy. This meter counts as its own pool of extra pluck, with the potential to refill at a crazy rate, meaning a really competent self player just never runs out of power. Until they start thinking they might not be able to win. Then suddenly they are let's reword that. What are some of the other stats used in pluck? The health gel viscosity custom. Low moxie. Arguably the most important stat in the game. Guaranteed to go batshit crazy all over. Flow Moxie is the special ability stat. The higher it is, the more you can do cool things that look like CGI based on your title and aspect. Also dictates your ability to conduct your aspect through an item like a wand, a book, a lighter, etc., and shoot it out, often jokingly taking the wizard path instead of upgrading your man grip. And no, this is not magic. This is just game abstractions at work. Magic is something fake that is not real. Let's see. Brainitude, outsmarting. This stuff. Let's see. This is not a static stat but a meter. Like with your health vial, except invisible. It stands for your mental endurance, and it's what you spend to cast special abilities. Get hit on the head, it goes down, you pass out. Cast a big ability, it goes down, you pass out. It's basically how focused you are, or in the zone, like some people call it. The term is gender sensitive for some reason. For simplification, everyone just calls it pluck. Using Flow Moxie based abilities will decrease your pluck until you risk to black out. If using a special ability is like water coming out of a faucet, Flow Moxie is the pressure of the water, and pluck is the quantity. High Flow Moxie makes you cast bigger abilities, but you need a pool of pluck to back it up, or you'll be out of juice pretty quickly. It's rare that people have balanced Flow Moxie and pluck. Some people are great casters with a tiny pool of pluck, and some people can manipulate their powers all day long without being able to do anything complex. Pluck meter fluctuates a lot based on how you feel. Even with low stats, you can temporarily cast some crazy abilities when you're really in the zone. Yeah, none of the other stats listed are useful for this, so... And isn't drained by taking physical hits. Luck is affected pretty drastically by your emotional, mental state. The potential to refill two pluck two pluck sources at once with high confidence means a really competent self player just never runs out of power until they start thinking they might not be able to win. And then suddenly they are right. They prove their doubt right. And everything falls apart. Let's move that to its own paragraph after. Self confidence meter. Self-confidence meter literally counts as another player worth of pluck with its own flow moxie. With its own fluctuating flow moxie stat. Okay, but it can still be affected by psychological attacks. Huh. Not sure what I think of that for stream purposes. I'll have to experiment with that in the future. Okay. Until they run out of both pluck bars and fall unconscious. You aren't going to hug your way out of this one. So if you see it coming, use the old drop kick to the head. Knock them out before they can make you do that. Okay, that's looking pretty good for self-trigger. Let's see. Self does not pair well with any class. Needs to be selfless. Hey, Nate. Worst one I ever saw is a priest of stuff. Thou hast been booped by the great I am Boopo. Everything they did contradicted some element of their roleplay. So while they were able to steal anyone's ability from a temple and spread it to everyone, these stolen abilities always hampered by their low ARC. So yeah, today I'm working on the sBurb Extended Classes Guide. The aspect of self. They died so many times. It's a good thing we got them God-tiered really early. And how's your day going, Nate? Also, how do you like the music? And I'm also realizing that I am not in our voice. There we go.
Hey there.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
It
The
is well.
Oh, I just saw your post. It was exhausting, feeling invigorated from the break to Utah. Regarding music, I do like it. Nice touch. Yeah, I found it on YouTube. A Twitch safe 12 hours of music. Also, just realized that I never stated I was live on Twitter. Oh, or in our server. Way to go, me being on the ball, huh?
It happens. I wish I knew what had crashed my Baldur's Gate game. I was really enjoying that playthrough, and then
Oh yeah, the honor mode one that got corrupted.
yeah. I wonder if the mods. Well, I said that before. I wonder if the mods did it, but and I say that because I'm thinking now because it was honor mode. If maybe it messed up some of the features that kind of lock our honor mode. I could be totally wrong, but either way.
How'd the chicken chunking go? Is
How's your document going there?
it was going pretty good until I got distracted.
Yeah, you can keep focusing if you want. I'll mute myself for a bit and just
Well,
hang
the
around.
thing that distracted me more was realizing I hadn't posted it in a few places.
Ah.
So I started doing that and then started seeing other posts. Back, I say. Well, I think I've finished the aspect of self. Been writing up additional blurbs for various aspects that haven't been written up before.
Which aspects haven't been written before?
Let's see. List of aspects. Oh, I just realized I should probably check the paired aspects and include details from that as well. Paired is self here. No, self is not listed among the pairs. Alright. Wings probably isn't either. Nope. All of the 3 recommended ways of dealing with a berserk aspect. In application, there are 3 ways to deal with a player whose aspect is going berserk on you. Essentially, you either escape the AoE destruction, or you prevent it from happening. Thus, these are your options. Run like hell, hug, or drop kick to the head.
Boot to the head. No, no.
The safest approach is generally to run like hell. A well-placed hug can save you a world of trouble, but it's at your own risk. The dropkick to the head treatment is strongly advised in situations where hugging has failed and absconding is not applicable. Unconscious people aren't death machines. You'll apologize later. Yeah, so every aspect has a berserk trigger. So for the one I just wrote up, the aspect of self is, it's kind of a mini thief. It's also sometimes called the aspect of selfishness or narcissism. And they're empowered by how self-confident they are. Literally being able to use their self-confidence as an extra source of power for any abilities. But they don't have many of their own abilities. They steal abilities that other players have already used. So it's like, oh, you just created a massive tornado of lightning? Yoink! Tornado's gone. I'll use it sometime later. What? What? Ooh. I actually want to talk about how useful this is for, like, when big abilities have been used, but you run out of enemies for them, and the ability is just going to keep going. The self player can be like, oh, well, let's store that for later. But anyway, stealing either their allies or enemies' abilities is their big thing. They do have one attack of their own. It's called, oh, did that hurt? It's a really low cost ability, and it takes about 2 to 5 minutes to kill anything. Of just constantly using it over and over. But because it's percentage based, it'll take 2 to 5 minutes to kill the lowliest of minions, but it also takes 2 to 5 minutes to kill the biggest of bosses. With the exception of the Black King, but that's because he's got a huge soft cap that just ramps up how much damage it takes to do anything when you try to do lots of damage within 30 seconds.
Gotcha.
So, like, yeah, you did do 1% of his total. 1% of his total health is the damage that you laid into him. But that triggered his soft cap, so you ended up only doing like 0.01% of his actual health. So you'll have to wait another 30 seconds before you can do it again. Yeah, it becomes, hey, still use the hit and run, but we can hit the soft cap a lot quicker on each run. Instead of, okay, lay into him, go hide. Lay into him, go hide. Lay into him, go hide. It becomes, get your self flare close enough, use oh did that hurt, now go hide. And repeat. Probably for a couple hours. Because the Black King is just that ridiculous.
This is a character, right?
Yeah, the Black King is supposed to be the final boss enemy for you face them during the Reckoning, which is the big battle at the end of the game.
Okay.
And there's only two ways to face the Black King, either during the Reckoning or if you complete a bunch of quests for the White King and he gives you permission to go after the Black King, basically.
All right.
And the Reckoning is extremely dangerous. So if you can get that permission, then being able to defeat the Black King before the Reckoning, well, technically you can't defeat the Black King before the Reckoning. You can choose to make it so that the Reckoning only starts when you start fighting him. Instead of having the Reckoning having been going while you're even trying to get to him.
Gotcha.
And once the Reckoning starts, you've got, a hard set timer for how long before you've just lost. So being able to have that entire timer be for actually fighting the Black King, instead of trying to build up your armies and try to get to the Black King, fight through all of the Black Army. But yeah, let's get all of that stuff done before the Reckoning starts, please. Now that said, the Reckoning itself can take weeks. All depends. Your session may vary. You might have hours, you might have weeks. Either way, once it starts, you can't be dawdling. Why was I bringing this up? Oh, right. Oh, did that hurt? Heal over time. The normal hit and run tactics still apply. more than usual, you will want to kill the Black King's bishops. So he doesn't heal too much between cycles.
Maybe we should, well, we or you or I could do like a day a month or something where we just try one of our litany of free games we've collected.
Yeah.
Or something new.
Uh,
Do you do that every now and then for yourself anyway?
Sometimes. The just last Saturday, or this Saturday, whatever, after Alan and I were done, I tried out a stupid little game. Where is that game? I might have already uninstalled it. No, I did not. Doronko Wanko. I did already beat it. Well, I didn't beat it on stream. I beat it last night while talking with Rob. I was streaming it for him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I played it 3.8 hours. Beat the whole thing. It's a stupid little game where you play a Pomeranian who's just trying to make a mess of his house. I don't really focus too much on it, but let me switch over to it for just a little bit.
Hey, Thorn.
Yes.
So it says under my honor mode save version, and it says deprecated version.
Deprecated?
Yeah. But wouldn't it only say that if, like, well, I mean, that might lend to my theory of, like, that if the mods affected the honor mode save, that it, like, honor mode may have, I don't know, been like, nope, that doesn't work or something.
And problems with saves. Deprecated. Problems with saves in BG3. Played the game on March 3 of last time. Yesterday tried to go and load my saves. The game writes that saves are outdated. Version deprecated version. That is, during my absence did not come out patches, even hotfixes. What outdated version can we talk about? Checked the game files. Game deleted completely. Disable cloud saves. Disable cross-platform saves. It does not help. What's it?
Oh, sorry. Did the mic do something?
That hurt a lot.
Apologies. I should have muted myself. When I disconnected the little USB drive, well, anyway.
Sounded like someone was falling down the stairs yelling. Along with a bunch of folding chairs.
That's surprising. Anyway, what'd you learn about the deprecated version?
See, they were getting this problem even without mods installed.
Oh.
Save is grayed out. It says version, deprecated version. Playtime is stated as oh,
Yeah,
one,
like
yeah, over 1,000,000 hours.
yeah, right? It's like, wait a minute.
Because I can assure you, I haven't played that many hours. Save date is current time, and the last save I made was 4 hours ago. Uh, the game time also shows AS 1193044 hours, which is apparently the maximum time after which there is a limit. Thank you so much for reporting this issue to us. The development team is aware of this issue and it should be corrected in a future hotfix or patch. To stay up to date on fixes, please keep your eyes on our community pages. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay.
Reddit workaround was not used, no mods were installed, no other action with the game were not performed. Yeah, I'm not seeing any help having come.
All right. Well, if there's a chance that they're going to do anything about it, then I guess it's just worth just letting the file sit there because it might be saved, but you just don't know when. So
If you have Steam Center, please turn it off. Locate files. Okay, so this person said this worked for them. Performed a Steam backup, then moved the story folder out of the BG3 folder and followed the steps above. It worked. My save game is alive again.
oh, okay. I'm gonna drop the link in Discord and I'll check it out.
Let's see. Where are you? There you are. That open specifically to that one. It does. Good.
Cool. Check it out. Save my game.
Now to show you this stupid little game. Ronco Anko. Such a cute puppy. I'm not going to do a new game, just continue with my new game plus. Pretty sure if I did a new game, it would overwrite my completed game. Such a nice, pristine house. Rob kept mentioning how freaking big this house is, actually.
Yeah, that house is big.
And I'm a dirty little puppy.
No pun intended.
And dirty little puppies make a mess.
Okay, so turn it off. Okay. Settings. Turn off the Steam Cloud. Locate your files and the user's username, app data. Okay.
Can I reach the ink? Oh. Ink everywhere. $4,000 worth of damage. Crazy that I can just create more ink by rolling in ink and splashing it around.
I'm not seeing this file. App data local.
That would be a hidden file or hidden folder, so you'll have to turn on hidden folders.
Okay, how do you do that? Is it a right click or a view option?
I think it's under view options.
Hidden items. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see it. I did it then. Local.
That pen launched. I wonder what I would do if I actually lived in a place like this. It's so big and I really don't know how I feel about the design of the bedroom. Having this open ceiling concept.
So when it says save them in another folder, that means like move the files, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I've got such a massive wine cellar.
So that's all you do is you just trash the house?
Yep. And there's various um, tools that you unlock to help you trash the house. You've got these like just random bottles of drinks and wine and jams that you can use to trash things. You're supposed to trash specific spots to unlock the basement door. Or I guess it's the party room door. There's various achievement thingies, or they call them badges. I've earned all of them.
Okay.
Um,
Didn't take you long, I take it.
3.8 hours to get the last of them. Yeah, enter. Let's see, it wasn't enter every room of the house that took the longest. It was my house is a museum. Found all hidden paintings. Because I didn't realize that in the room you unlock at the end, there's one last painting. And that's also the one you need to find to get Shining Palm. Found a hidden painting in the party room. A portrait of most cutest creature. Of course, it's a portrait of you. And you are super conceited. Um, there's also some really cute environmental storytelling that I didn't realize until I was looking at things with Rob.
Oh yeah?
So there's these Palmerman the movie posters,
Okay.
and you look at those posters, and then you look at the family portraits. Those two characters are the mom and dad.
Oh, cool.
And then once you finally get into the party room, you can actually find portraits of them in their costumes. And there's mini replicas of their masks that you can put on as well.
Fun.
And since I'm in New Game Plus, I don't have to go to the room. I can just put on the mask. Let's see, this would be the dad's mask and the dad's hair. I am Palmerman. Or put on mom's mask and mom's hair. And I don't know what her name is supposed to be in the movie. Let's see. Kawaii, Huyoi, Kakoi, Mahomanda. Don't know.
How do you perform a Steam backup?
Hey, Mom, I'm you. Mom, I'm you. Mom, I'm you.
How do you perform a Steam backup? It's in the settings?
I'm uncertain. I think so.
Ah, I'll figure it out. Keep streaming.
And I just splashed all over Mom too. Couple of the achievements require you to do that in different rooms. Find where she's fallen asleep there and splash over her. She never actually wakes up. She just somehow teleports between rooms while she's asleep. Oh, and she's no longer in the kitchen. She's not in the nursery, so she's probably in her bedroom. Yep, there she is in her bedroom. How she gets from one location to the other without seeing the mess I've made, I don't know. That's right, they must have two kids. For some reason I was thinking they only had one kid. Is there a picture of the family up here, or do I have to go back downstairs to find? Back downstairs it is. Okay, so yeah, they've got looks like kind of a red-headed boy with a hairstyle similar to his dad, and a blonde girl with a hairstyle more similar to her mom. Now, how they're doing these damage value calculations, I don't know, because I touch a pillow and it counts as hundreds of dollars worth of damage.
Yeah. Probably a little goofy on that one, but
Yeah,
see
it
how
just
it goes.
rolled the ball and it did $150 worth of damage. Spilled some carrot juice and it's $984 of damage. Pushed a pot off a table and it's $5 of damage. Pushed a fork. Barely pushed a fork and it was like $300. Yeah, let's go get the wheels for the train.
All right, well, the kids are wanting me for Star Trek, so we'll pop out. But if you're
Okay.
back on still in a bit, I'll come say hi.
And I've spent way longer on this than I meant to. I'll get back to writing.
Okay, sorry for derailing you. Ciao.
Yeah. Okay, window capture. No, not window. Yeah. I think I'm pretty satisfied with self for now. What other aspects do we still need to fill out? Here's the aspect list. Hmm. Oh, somebody's already written up self? Oh, that's right. That document is broken. What is it? 44, 43B. Find 43B, which is also the offline corruption theories. Great. So, no, self is not available. There's aspect list again. Aspect list is 26C. I wonder if I want to change how I'm presenting this at top. I'm copying from him how he's presenting it. Because I had fewer, I tried making it in a smaller space, and then it ends up feeling like I had to put the aspects all in the center. Didn't have room for them. I don't know. Because I'm only introducing 8 new class categories. The Sovereign, Breaker, Commander, Infiltrator, Performer. Well, I'm not introducing Performer. Crafter, Transport, and Overseer. 7 new ones. Aww. Yeah. I'll have to think on that one more. But for now, that's the classes I want aspect. It's explanation of meta values? Carbon NADSAT. Long string value decides what your god tier hoodie looks like. Last number of this value is the big green number that appears in the silver framed mirror at the entrance of the panoramic Imaginarium, the House of Mirror, on your dream moon. I know that a lot of people had been asking what that number was about. Well, now we know. It's the last digit of the carbon NADSAT value. But why? Does this make any sense? Nope. I hate the House of Mirror. Antimatter. I think this was a planned feature to resist corruption. Didn't seem to work and wasn't taken out completely. It's set at 0 for half the titles and is missing on the other half. Probably has some deep effect on player corruption level, but there's no way to tell, since it's not something you can really investigate. Oh, and it's not a mistake. The rogue has this value twice, both set at 0. Why? Nightmare rating. This scary sounding parameter is only used for Durst streamers. Prospicians can pretty much forget about it. Okay, but what's it do? Enlightenment. You'll need this if you really want to mathematically prove which abilities you're going to learn on your next Rebel Awesome. Oh, I totally forgot about Rebel Awesomes. But it's not really necessary. You really have a hunch of what it will be. Only the Grace title has a small bug to Enlightenment, and the Grace player gets the wrong impression of which abilities is learned next. Hence why it's the only one with a negative Enlightenment value. How can you even forget a negative sign in stats? Who made this game? Cayenne Scuffle, a weird value that is supposed to decide how suspicious you are on the Skyan battlefield. It's very bugged and unused, so these situations default to using Carapace Reputation. For some reason, this particular value is only called when you infiltrate battleships while wearing a disguise and then get into a fist fight with level 3 crew members. Talk about ultra precise. It will matter once in a lifetime, and when it will, you'll forget about it. I forgot that exists as well, and I want to incorporate it into the snake. No. No, actually, I want to redo this slightly. I'm going to say that 2G2G was actually a bit wrong in his thing. Da, 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 da. Hello, Nonomo. How's it going? I am working on my Homestuck-based story. In the replay value AU. Finished a writing stream, so hot. Though I had to call it after a chapter. Nice. Congratulations. And what were you writing? The only the battleship captains will always be beyond reach. Not reach. Will always be too strong. Just avoid or befriend them. And then hack their code. Thank you. Story about an aspiring writer who passed away but got a second chance to complete her dream of being a writer. An interactive story, so chat and readers can help influence the direction of the story. Awesome. That is really cool, Nanoma. Okay. Indeed. I can hardly wait till the day where I have a regular chat that isn't my existing friends. And we can get involved in stuff like that. I know with this story, I plan there to be various points where uh, reader input would be taken in. Well, not with this document itself, but the story that I'm writing a lot of this to support. Some days chat doesn't add much, but some days they add a lot. All depends on the day. Indeed. Every once in a while, I've had visitors like you come by, and it's always wonderful. More commonly, it's just me and my friends chatting. We have a couple of us have a writers group we call Think Right, and on Saturdays, I like to stream our Think Right. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. 3 p.m. Mountain Time. I usually go till around 6 or 8. I like going into other writing streams to see how other people are doing with their writing. Yeah, I used to do that quite a bit. I should get back into that habit. I know that's how I found Dothrin, and she's a nice screenwriter. I can't think of any of the others that I used to visit. Really good way to expand your horizon and potentially learn new things. Indeed. Writers are always researching random things for their stories. You really never know what kind of obscure things they're going to be able to share with you. And heck, for this, let's see, for this particular document, I haven't done a whole lot of random research. But for the broader story this supports, that has tons of main characters, I have been researching so many random things. Yeah, 37 is listed, but some of these are technically the same character. So I think it works out to like 34 main characters. And I'm just documenting a whole bunch of things I want to keep track of for the characters. Yes, it's insane. I'm a little insane on this story. What this story revolves around is it's basically a whole bunch of my characters from that I've like sonas that I've made for fandoms and things that represent just parts of my psyche, all trying to complete the game from Homestuck and make a new universe. And as per the original story of Homestuck, it's all about having to face personal growth and taking on the responsibility of creating new life. And so it's very much a representation of the internal struggles that I've gone through in becoming who I am today, and some that I'm still going through. Yeah, as per the advice of don't try to write something for everyone. Satisfy that little goblin in your brain. There are plenty of little goblins who will gobble it up. One of the things that I'm keeping track of in that document is what the text colors are that each of the characters use. Let's see, where's the memo where they all start talking together? It can get pretty wild when you have a large conversation. Like everybody talking in different text colors. They all have their own chat handles, different fonts. I'll probably have to write my own website to be able to host this, since nowhere else gives me the variety of text inputs that I need. Yeah, who said what? And because I'm basing this on kind of a pseudo video game format, I'm documenting a lot of that information in here as well. And like some of these columns are, if they're colored, then that means that that information has been presented in story somewhere. Whereas, other things like a Fall Guy using a feather boa for his pre-prototype item, we don't know that yet. Yep, makes it easier to reference. And especially because I started this project like 2.5 years ago. So there's a lot of things that I've been coming back reading and, piecing together, figuring out, okay, where did I leave off? What did and didn't I already use? What were the names of each of the characters' planets? What kind of people are they dealing with on their planet? Like in the original story, it was two factions, white and black, and they were kind of presenting a lot of the moral dilemmas in the framework of a chessboard. I've decided to have mine be framed in as Chinese checkers instead. So instead of having to actually defeat your opponent, all of the different worlds involved have to learn to cooperate so that they can get all of their important pieces into the other one's territory to complete the game. Yeah, figuring out who was going to be which colors in that big political back and forth, and which ones were representing which political ideologies. broadly based it on whatever the government type is where they come from. So, like, probably a more clear one. Oh, yes, many, many moving parts. Thugzul, he is from the game World of Warcraft. He was a member of the Horde. So he is on the Black Moon, where the central concept is a top-down control-based system. Rules are paramount, decisions are predetermined at a high level and cascade downwards. So control being the central concept of the government where he comes from. Yeah, it's lots of fun. Um, uh, which one was this? Political theocracy. Oh, right. The roaming sheriffs, the flags versus political theocracy, the church. And order being the primary principle. Yeah, it definitely is quite a bit to manage it all, but with my ADHD brain, it's also gives me a lot of different things to focus on without getting bored of any one of them. And I find that that's something that I often struggle with for sticking on projects is too quickly getting bored of whatever aspect I was hyper focusing on. And of course, most of this isn't even information that you actually have to understand to enjoy the story. This is the kind of stuff that I'm expecting only a small fraction of my readers will ever delve into. Most of them, it will just be set dressing that, you know, kind of frames everything that's happening. Kind of like in Star Wars or Star Trek, you know, most people aren't going to care how a hyperdrive works or how the warp engines work. They just care that it's a tool in the story being used to transport, to justify transporting between worlds. Oh yeah, absolutely cool when they want a deep dive. And I'm one of those kind of people who enjoys doing that deep dive and background. And so I want to make tons of that, you know, for people. I want to make it consistent because that's how my brain just works. It's also part of why I'm writing these class guides. In addition, I'm writing the class guides because it's contributing to the broader replay value community. I've been having some nice interactions with other people in the replay value community. So I'm wanting to add back. They gave me such a great wealth of ideas to use and to frame my story. I just want to give back. And this should not be that text type. Really loving this music I found. Found this relaxed movement, Twitch safe music for streamers and creators. Yeah. Okay. So found lo-fi list on Spotify and use that. As long as you can confirm that they've set it up to be Twitch safe, that's great. I just find too many things on lo-fi lists like that that will still get you copy struck. And then you end up with huge sections of your stream being completely silent. Because they removed all the audio to not be broadcasting copyright stuff. The adjusted sky and scuffle. Idle plasticity. Mostly used during game operations that involve Vega Bouncy. Ignore it unless you have the scout title. Scout's Vega Bouncy does strange stuff because this stat has a comma instead of a dot in the middle. Chartreuse Rewind. Something you need in order to compute your prophetic malleability ID. Don't need that. Midnight Calliope for clowns. Center of Brilliance. Only for heart players. Gardener, right, that's high on witches. But where's the list? These are all titles. And suddenly it goes into some aspects, but no list of aspects. The whole list should be Twitch safe, only got to be careful when you somehow get off the list. Ah. List of aspects, 26C. Find 26C. That's the only listing of it. Okay. Then he must not have ordered this correctly in the show all. Flow rhyme. Might, sand, door. Does he have might? He did do might. Okay, so I don't need to make one of those. Bridge, flow, rhyme, might, sand. He's got sand? He does have sand. Doom, life, dream, rain, light, law, mind, fate, time, space, hope, others. Okay, so I need to go further down. I just did self. I've done joy. So I still need one for sound. Just sound. Which one's flesh has already been done. Joy, flesh, sight. I need to do sight. Whoop. Age and ploy. And I've already done coins. Age, ploy. And flux. That's a big one. Okay. Each of those into headings. And now I know my next 5 writing projects. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun writing these. It's also helping me flesh out what each of the characters is going to be capable of. Because each character has a combination of their class and their aspect, and that determines a lot of what their abilities are. But I added a bunch of classes that I've, written up what each of those is capable of now, and I just need to finish writing what some of these aspects do. Oh, peace. I need to add peace. I spell peace right. Why does my brain says that's wrong? Peace. Peaca. Yep, that's right. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? We've got blood, joy. I just wrote self. Already written joy and coins. Hope is a normal one. Law, void, sand, mind, light, space, breath, mist, rhyme. I need to write ploy, life, mind again. Need to write sight, doom, dreams. You wrote dreams, right? I'm almost certain he wrote dreams. Yes. Fate. Fate a normal one? Yeah, that one has the vector arrows. Follow the faith. Time, might. I wrote seed. Stars. You wrote sound. I don't see a write-up for sound. Did I say that I was writing sound? Yes, I already said I'm writing sound. Life, flash, space, flux. flow, peace, and rain. Okay. So all of them should be covered between what he's written, what I've written, and what I'm going to write. Copy over. We've got keywords. Change their format. Okay. Guess I already cleared that one. Whispers the orchestra. Oh, that sounds cool. Noise, echolocation, isolation. Dang it. Excite. Switch all of this to normal text. Element is static white noise. So, noise, echolocation, and isolation as the themes. They have a medium manifestation, high imbuement, and low caster. So they can't really do things at range. Or more, how would you benefit with noise and echolocation imbued into an object? What kind of effects would that have? Obviously, sonic screeching, distractions, and the concept of isolation. Being able to cut enemies off. And I need some good ability name pun phrases. Sound of silence, obviously. I want to stay away from direct music puns too much because flow and rhythm have a lot of music. Sound. And she will mournful bellow. Let's see, compare bellow, below. Yeah, okay, I'm using the right one. What's some other good ones? Found phrases about empty vessel makes the loudest sound. That's an odd one. Sound and music are 50% of the entertainment in a movie. Hmm. Trumpet the attack? Maybe. Go back to our base keywords. We've got noise, echolocation, and isolation. Doesn't really work with Adam Douglas's quote about deadlines. Of morality, which is based on relative emotional values, is a mere illusion, a thoroughly vulgar conception which has nothing sound in it. Okay. Oh, now that's an interesting take, using the other definition of sound being both correct and applicable. Ooh. Plain sound. Vibrations. Convey a specific impression when heard. He sounded worried. No, that is not what I'm looking for. Sound concept in philosophy? An argument is sound if it meets the two criteria. It is valid, and its premises are true. Yeah, I think... okay, Nomo. No, that's... No, Nomo. Thank you for visiting. Very nice meeting you. Have a safe journeys. Hope to see you around in the future. And speaking of which, let me make sure and bookmark your channel. Where do I have you open? Have things open. Switch. My channel. Nomo. Open your channel. Alrighty. So yeah, hopefully I can visit you on your next stream. Where was it? Up here. Let's add a definition here. Noise, echolocation, valid truth, and isolation. Always like visitors and when they suggest stuff. Indeed. Shadows sort of frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Sound and fury. An idiot's tale. Okay. So what's our core concept here? And who am I giving it to again? Who's my sound player? Sound. Sound is Shaldi. She's a Pengorath. She's a muse. So what might I want her doing? As a muse, she is the hand. So she's the hand of sound. She amplifies the concept for the entire party. She empowers isolation. She empowers echoes. She's going to empower just noise. And as I've added, empower valid truth. Muse with her orchestra. I think I'm going to make the whisperings a far bigger part of sound than of most classes or aspects. The orchestra directing them or wishing to be directed. Okay. Second only to fate. Sound is heavily influenced by their whispering. If a sound player does not become the director for the orchestra will direct. Sound. It's not always have to be based on the players on the class impact rating. We do often find that. And I usually talk about it in the thing. The orchestra seeks validity and truth. Or and flip that around. Seeks soundness is the philosophical things being both valid and true. It will often get caught up they often get caught up in echo chambers. Repeating its own ideas. In a funny deafening cacophony. the sound player using their abilities helps the orchestra break free of this intellectual isolation. Most sound players, or no, most sound quests will revolve around studying and understanding various well understood and understanding classic philosophical argument. There need never agree with, just understand how they work. Long. The basic sound attack is the Banshee Wail. Simply involves the player screaming their enemies to death. But it is rather range and can easily be used by accident from allies. So sound players must learn to speak calmly or they will break everything. Immediately in front of them. eventually a sound player and freestyle to isolate specific targets. Forcing the sound attack bounce around and rip them apart efficiently. Let's reorder some of this. Okay, I like that better. Sound player using their abilities helps the orchestra break free of this intellectual isolation. The orchestra can use the sound abilities on its own, sometimes to the detriment of their player, though never intentionally. If a sound player does not become the director of the orchestra will direct the player. Not always have to be based on the class impact rating, but they do often line up, and I usually talk about it in the same terms. Most sound quests will revolve around studying and understanding classic philosophical arguments. The player need never agree with them, just understand how they work to move on. Basic sound attack is the Banshee Wail, which simply involves the player screaming their enemies to death. It is rather short range and can easily be used by accident on allies. So sound players must learn to speak calmly or they will break everything immediately in front of them. Eventually, a sound player can freestyle to isolate specific targets, forcing the sound attack to bounce around and rip them apart far more efficiently. With sounds low caster rating, it is rather short range. Worse yet, it can easily be used by accident on allies. Okay. Remove the butt with. No, she's going to say it in meters, so would it be in meters? More than 10, 15 meters. Stealthily finding or verifying truth. Use sound of silence to negate all sounds a target all sounds you don't want a target to perceive. Can also be used to prevent an ally in your whale area taking damage while you are screaming at an enemy near them. Okay, welcome back. Working on the aspect of sound. Indeed, it does sound fun. Fun wasn't intended, but it worked out well anyway. Yep. While you were gone, we had a visit from another writer. Quite nice. Talked with Nonomo for a bit. Yeah. Let's see. They've been working on a story about an aspiring writer who passed away, got a second chance to complete their dream of being a writer. And it's apparently an interactive story where they have chat and readers help influence the direction of it. Um, I think it was just them. Was it a raid? I didn't see. And I think at one time we had 4 people being listed. Oh yeah, they are listed as a raider. Raiding with a party of 1. So yeah, it was just them. And it says they raided with a party of 1. Yep. Yeah, my OBS doesn't show that. So I was having to check on Twitch itself. Let's see. Go back to where I got an idiot's tale. Shakespeare line. This life, which has been the tomb of his virtue and of his honor, is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Okay. So, tale of an idiot. Tale of an idiot's going to be our berserk trigger. Not normal text. An idiot's tale. I don't know that I have anything good for Mournful Bellow. I like the sound of it, but don't really have a good idea for what it would be, what it would represent. Working within noise, echolocation, valid truth, and isolation. So it's got 4 watchers. Nice. Okay, maybe Mournful Bellow is something that you force an enemy to kind of yell out for their allies to leave them alone. Yay! Good job! Yeah, always a great relief when you can recover something that you've worked a long time on. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. Always glad I can help. Speaking of which, I wanted to send you something. Copy link. This thing that I just sent you directly kind of puts what I'm about to say in more context, but in that context, once you watch it, I just wanted to say that I am very glad to have you as one of the people who your presence is worth more than my quality time alone. Yeah, you mean a lot to me. Now, you're one of those people who is frequently worth more than my quality time alone. Because for a lot of people, it's a quick visit. It's pretty good. But yeah, most people sticking around isn't so worth it. Oh, now I got myself crying. Okay, Mournful Bellow. Those sounds. Iconic methods of isolation is the ability Mournful Bellow, which will cause an enemy to scream out about how done they are with everything and just want to be left alone. Most of the games, enemies will hear this and not want any of that. But some will instead hear it. I will instead proper empathy and respond to it as the cry for help. It really is. A few tears never hurt anybody. I can't think of any situation where they would. Ocean loop. Can't believe they wouldn't let me hold a vote among the passengers about whether to try the loop. Okay. Yeah. And some of those were good ice creams. I hope you two had some good time together on the trip to get the ice cream. I had something about freestyling above. Want to move it down here. Yeah, cut that from above. Isolating targets with a sound reflective cylinder, forcing sound attacks, bounce around and rip them apart far more efficiently. Sound has a... Let's see. Actually, we didn't talk about a ton on the way. We had a few short conversations. Kind of iconic, I suppose. Yeah, that is pretty typical of Tiz. Ironic. Okay. I kind of thought iconic sounded a bit off there, but yeah, you're right. You wrote ironic. Not off as in wrong, just a weird choice of word for the concept. Okay, sound has an okay elemental manifestation rating. Rating, blasting waves of white noise. The basic sound attack is the Banshee Wail, which simply involves the player screaming their enemies to death. Sound's low caster rating means it has a rather short range, never more than 10 to 15 meters. Worse yet, it can easily be used by accident on allies, so sound players must learn to speak calmly, or they will break everything immediately in front of them. This is curious sometimes. There's lots to say, nothing at all. Of course, I'm that way too sometimes. I think we talked more that one time we went out to Foe together. Out for Foe together. Yeah. Seems likely. And I think Tiz was also feeling rather fifth wheel in the back with the Magic the Gathering game going on. That probably soured his mood a bit for the car ride as well. Or stealthily, not stealthily. Stealthily finding or verifying truth claims. Use Sound of Silence to negate all sounds you don't want a target to perceive. Yeah. Yeah, know how that goes. Yeah, one of sounds. Yeah, and I know I do too. One-on-one tends to work far more for me. It's okay if you guys want that and prefer to skip out on more group events. Yeah. Where was I? Targets with sound reflecting. Reflecting. All right. I will try to keep that in mind. Indeed. Being adults, we have such different schedules. Don't always line up very well. Rarely line up very well. Hmm. Of sound. The path of sound credence is through the thick forest of skepticism. Bad officials are the ones elected by good citizens who do not vote. Love demands infinitely less than friendship. Great art is as irrational as great music. It is mad with its own loveliness. Patriotism is often an arbitrary veneration of real estate above principles. No kidding. I need to... George Jean Nathan. What have they written? George Jean Nathan. Not Nation. Nathan. Or 1882 to 1858. New York. American author, editor, and drama critic. Credited with raising the standards of play producers and playgoers alike. Oh. Beginning in 1906, he was at various times drama critic for numerous magazines and newspapers. His name is particularly associated with the Smart Set, of which he was co-editor. With the American Mercury, which also, with Mencken, he helped to found in 1924. As a critic, Nathan championed the plays of Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, George Bernard Shaw, Eugene O'Neill, Sean O'Casey, William Soroyan. Nathan published the Theater Book of the Year annually from 1943 through 1951. So like 7 years, as well as more than 30 volumes of lively essays on theatrical and other subjects. Nathan married the actress Julie Hayden, 1955. Correspondence with O'Casey was edited by Robert Lowry and Patricia Dingeling as My Very Dear Sean, George Jean Nathan to Sean O'Casey, letters and articles. Oh. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Member of the Quill and Dagger Society. A Senior Honor Society at Cornell University. That election into Quill and Dagger and similar societies constituted the highest non-scholastic honor within reach of undergraduates. Meetings and proceedings of Quill and Dagger are closed. Society's contributions and activities on campus are typically concealed. Membership remained secret for a brief period after its founding, but the names of newly tapped members are now published in the Cornell Daily Sun each semester.
Hey, Don.
Hello.
Strange. Your Discord is coming through kind of choppy, but your Twitch is fine.
Oh.
I'm gonna try disconnect and come back on. There we go.
So my voice is coming through choppy, or?
Yeah, the crackling with the audio.
Unmute that one. No, come on. Unmute.
It sounds quick. It's just only on Discord for some reason. That
Okay, testing.
sounds the same.
So you're saying that on Twitch it's coming through crackly?
No, just on Discord it's coming on through crackly.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. You can check again if you want. Hold on.
I can also try reconnecting to the Discord.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, Twitch is fine. Just the.
Okay. And still?
I think it's better now.
Huh. Okay. I don't know.
Me neither.
The mysterious black box of modern technology. Okay, I was just quote I was using. Path of sound credence is through the thick forest of skepticism.
that's right. Still there, Thorn?
Yeah. Okay. I'm formulating an idea.
For the story you're working on?
Yeah. Okay. Path of credence. Summons a pair of tools. The George's George's quill. And Nathan's dagger. These tools can be used together for a form of scrying. By writing down a claim with the will. See, how do I want this to work? We've got the dagger. Skepticism is the core principle here for finding credence and truth and validity. Write down the claim. We formulate the postulates. Write down every postulate you can think of. With the philosophical framework being used. Then you are Da, 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 da. Path of Credence is a strange method of scrying. A pair of tools. George's quill and Nathan's dagger. By writing down a claim with the quill, along with any postulate you can think of, in the philosophical framework being used. Think about the missing information. Are you using the dagger on yourself? If your thoughts are leading in a sound direction, dagger will deal no damage to any living thing it is used on. Do this repeatedly to identify all missing information in the claim. It can be time-consuming and brain-racking. Do no damage to any living thing it is used on. If the what's in unsound direction, have a massive damage multiplier. and extremely dangerous if poorly utilized. Listen to the orchestra guidance. Listen. Seriously. Haven't really talked anything about passive and active, how it pertains to the orchestra conducting you or directing you, or you directing the orchestra. Read those into separate sentences. The sound player does not become the director of for the orchestra will direct the player. It does not always have to be based on class impact rating, but they do often line up. We usually talk about it in the same terms because passive players will get more RC from being directed and vice versa, but they don't receive any penalty for directing the orchestra. Find your fit. Most sound players were conspiracy nuts or hyper dogmatic. And we'll need to friends with skepticism. Add a few players keep bouncing between fate and sound. They can never seem to find a balance between skepticism and faith. Okay, let's see. Always to one extreme than the other. Alright, an idiot's tale. Sound and fury. That's gonna make everybody speak in iambic pentameter. Not all it does. What else does it do? It stokes irrational anger. Okay, we're at 646 now. Probably keep going till 7.
You go till 7, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that Shakespeare quote I was using? Tomb of his virtue and of his honor is but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. The tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Ooh. Oh, that. Okay. A sound player is too angry for rational thought. They will use an idiot's tale as two primary effects. Firstly, they will lose the aspect of sound for the duration, instead taking on the word. They will use whatever V their pluck can afford before falling unconscious. Okay, use whatever V powers their pluck can afford, messing up a bunch of things in highly irrational ways before falling unconscious. Secondly, everyone around them triggers will be filled with... Okay, is there a good rage ability? Rage. Mindless berserking. Rage is pointing, it's doing exactly what you are supposed to do. Phase and blood. Technique consists of declaring it's gonna be a bloodbath, and rage will see that the event happens. That's why the aspect of rage and heart are paired and opposite to each other. While the aspect of heart changes something's identity from the inside, rage is an outside influence that produces a mood alteration. Rage is much closer in concept to the theme of emotions than heart is. Rage can pacify enemies just as well as make them fight each other. be filled with infinite rage. Their pluck runs out, or you target a consciously chose is destroyed. That is how that. It's going to be a bloodbath. I perceive that it happens. It might look like mindless berserking, but from Rage's point of view, it's doing exactly what you are supposed to do. Tell the target / goal they subconsciously chose is destroyed. Leads to a chaotic bloodbath on all sides. Typically ends with everyone either dead or unconscious. Usually, everyone affected will speak in iambic pentameter for a few hours. Just for a few hours, period. That seems like a good berserk trigger.
So does working all this out actually help with your story, do you feel like?
I do. It helps me get a better sense of what each of my players should be capable of. So, like with this one, I'm basically working up what abilities Shalvi will have. Because Shalvi is a muse of sound. So, by working up what sound can do, and then knowing what muse can do, I can put those two together, and anytime I'm working with Shalvi, have a framework of what she should be capable of.
I guess I did do that with Winter's story, come to think about it.
Or with the one that I wrote last night, Coins, that would be Thugzul. I believe he's the Sage of Coins. So because I know what tacticians can do, and specifically the positive tactician, Sage, I know that Thugzul's abilities will revolve around being able to scry and plan out monetary exchange concepts for the entire team.
Hmm.
Because that's what putting together Sage and coins deals with. So Thugzul won't typically be on the front lines of things. He will have been the one planning things out, and
Right.
specifically planning them out for how is everybody on our team going to get everything they need. Why they call him the treasurer. And technically, he's, contrary to the name of the aspect, coins, it doesn't actually deal with physical money much. Just, it deals more with the overall concept of the exchange of value.
Hmm.
Just wrote up Self, which helps me better understand Lydian, the Mage of Self. Mage is a passive cryptical, so deals in learning a lot of things, understanding a lot of things, but not really sharing it.
Hmm.
And acting in the background on the information that they've learned. But because it's the passive one, the mage, they don't really, they don't go and act on that in direct, obvious ways. They kind of push their allies to act on things without explaining anything to the allies.
Hmm.
Cryptical is such a weird class category. Like, yeah, it's my job to know things and not tell you. How is that any use? Whereas Witch is the other side of Cryptical. And that one is Rayvan.
Mm-hmm.
She's the the Witch of Sand.
Yeah.
And everybody keeps joking that she's a sandwich. And because she's a Tenno from the far future, he doesn't even know the concept of a sandwich. She's like, what is that? She's eventually going to get, once somebody tries explaining it, it's, oh, wait. Okay, I do know the term sandwich from other things. I just didn't know it had anything to do with this. I do know about, in mechanical processes, the concept of sandwiching materials together. I've used a sandwich press. But as far as the food item, she has no clue. I still need to write up Sight for Poppy, because she's the Rove of Sight. I've already written up what Roves do.
All right, Thorn, go ahead.
The keywords illusion, synesthesia, and long distance. Please tell me it has a high casting stat. medium. Um, prismatic rainbows. Oh, what did I just do? Okay. Copy. Have to actually click, then paste. One, three, and the outline. Interesting. Don't really know yet which of these methods is faster for copying things over. Copying in bulk or copying line by line and then editing all the bulk problems.
What? Oh,
Station. Element. And Bument. And Casta. Sight. Illusion, synesthesia, long distance. Manifest has really strong manifestation. So make devastating prismatic colors. What's the Aurora Borealis? Aurora Borealis. Any good things I can use with this? It comes with latitude 60, 75 degrees. Iceland, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Russia, Canada, Alaska, Greenland. Magnetic fields collide with gases in Earth's upper atmosphere, produces tiny flashes, fill the sky with colorful light.
back.
Same way as a neon lamp. Used in direct combat. Light. It's a lot like light. Shooting multicolored lasers everywhere. Blinding people. while statistically works quite well, isn't very good for most fight players. Here, see. Fight wants to be sneakier. And have our reaching paradoxical, since it only has a moderate lifting stat. Unable to use abilities at the range it wants. Can't even imbue stuff for later. Imbue stuff very well later creation range. A fight player will need to be far creative. Pause. Rippling back. Things that jump from one enemy to the next before having their ultimate. Be through information. They use the mid-tier abilities that highlights this. And let's see. most obvious method is to create big illusions near you, or near them. It can be seen miles. Spread misinformation. Or intentionally misinforming an enemy's right. Even allies for that matter. You have a fight player your have a lot more freedom to mess with prophecy. Ensuring that what was told was actually an illusion. But it won't get you off free. Whatever really happened is still going to have to have been big enough for the prophecy you have tried to show it. What really happened in the illusion is still going to have been big enough for the prophecy to try to show it. So fight players work closely with other sBriers. Time and whoever is meaning the group What is it called? An action board, storyboard, plot board. Plot board. Ensure. I'm overusing ensure. bum. Let's.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah. Not detecting any input from my mic. My mic is not muted. Okay. But now it's detecting it. Okay, whatever.
Sorry, did you ask me a question?
Well, I tried to see if you were still here, and then Discord was telling me it wasn't detecting any input from my mic.
Oh, weird. I gotta go.
Alright. Safe journeys.
Have a good night. Likewise. Bye.
And I just realized I've continued about 26 minutes longer than I said I was going to get off. Alrighty. So I think we're going to call it here. I've definitely done quite a bit of writing and planning already today. It was nice meeting a new writer friend. Nanomo, was it? Nanomo 4, yep. Look forward to checking out their streams in the future. As a reminder for anybody currently watching or who chooses to watch my VODs, likely on YouTube in the future, I stream here on Twitch and YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. I tend to do writing streams like today or video game streams as far as my video games, I tend to do things like StarCraft 2 co-op, various roguelites, or random games, usually that I've gotten free, or things that I just want to try out. But yeah, a lot of my gaming content tends to be roguelites. Eventually, I want to get into doing Warframe, but my computer cannot currently handle streaming and Warframe at the same time. Ends up making the stream just come through super choppy. Have fun, safe journeys.